Hello, hello. You're back in the Coronas Expanse. Are you ready for reading? Cause I sure ain't. There we are. Do need to dispense with the the ships at the edge of the map. Just blow them up. Now that we own Foulstone, a colony that's working on what now? The High Throne. What a place to get the ecclesiarchy situated. Sure, they're not going to be bitter about it, as we just head on out into our first space battle for the day. Sure, there's gonna be loads of opportunities to mess stuff up, to just be one singular tile off any given shot. Oh, it's 3 enemies this time. Iconoclast class destroyers. Can't wait to die immediately. Oh, they won it. And then they decide they didn't. Okay. Well, first things first. It's the wrong one. Deploy torpedoes.
Helmsman, take us in.
And blast them.
Fire at will.
Also,
make every shot count.
oh, I can get him.
Salvo.
At least that's something. Okay. That's a full volley on me. It's the bad bit. Like, fire all the weapons. It's like, sure.
Lance batteries, volley! All hands, prepare for acceleration.
That's probably going to be one off. Oh, that's too far away anyways. That range, though. Abelard.
Helmsman, take us in. Coordinates set.
That's barely out of reach.
Torpedoes away.
Gonna get torpedoed, I think. No, sadly not. Not quite. What?
Let them chase our fury. Salvo! Helmsman, take us in.
Like, don't shoot my torpedoes. I need those to blow you up. Like so.
Our technological superiority was obvious.
That was fairly painful. Unholy amulets. Mars pattern macro battery. And scream. That was painful. How much to repair? Hull repair? Yeah. Still a little bit of plus. But I clearly need more shields and armor for what it's worth. But we leveled. Swing Raw. Oh, that's the two we have. Reinforced shields. I can make its next turn at 90 degrees. Warp wave. I do like the idea of that one. These two just seem... Only one ability for each burst can be used per round. Okay. We have quite a few. So yeah. Let's go to the map. That should be everything in the corona in this particular bit. In the star system. No, there is a quest over here. Frozen Prince. Subtle Storm. Some belt. Love it if you could like zoom out a little bit. Sure. Let's go to that quest. Telecos Epsilon. Supply footfall of provisions from the agri-world Janus. Store shipments from Janus. That sounds good. Ocelio Prophecy. Crossroads of 100 Dreams. The Langren Belt. And the Hulk. Anyway, let's hit it. Lower Captain, according to telemetry, the parameters of the system match of the Telecus Epsilon, home of the agricultural Janus that belongs to the Valancius dynasty. We have received a Vox message from the planet. The Angry World's governor officially welcomes the Rogue Trader and reports that she has begun preparations for a formal reception to celebrate the arrival of the planet's sovereign. Your subjects are looking forward to your visit. That's it. Well, let's have a look. Skin. Oh. Trophies, you say? Plasma batteries. Goddamn smugglers. Not paying their dues. Well, then again, I just got him, so... Frozen World? It looks pretty frozen. Extreme environments produce the finest Astro-Military regiments, or so I've heard. I'm merely repeating what some of the guards I happen to know have whispered into my credulous ears. More plasteel. Sure. I'll need more extractors. It's probably gonna be a mistake to go so hard in certain... one large field complex. Governor Viat's estate. Well... surely it's a good idea to bring the interrogator of the Royal Inquisition along. Nobody expects the Imperium's Inquisition. I wouldn't be surprised if we more or less auto-lose the third of the worlds we visit. So... oh, well, hello. That's concerning. Heinrichs, take a bullet for me. Why do you look so Aeldari? Oh, that's just your... it's just your hair. A lavishly dressed noblewoman in an opulent silk gown watches you with an expectant air, but then gracefully bows her head. Gem-crusted implants protrude from her arms and neck. I welcome you on behalf of the noble house of Viat Ab Aram. My name is Vistenza Janus Viat Ab Aram of Coronus. By the grace of the Emperor and the will of the Rogue Trader Theodora von Valancius, I serve as planetary governor and imperial commander-in-chief of this world. And greetings to you, noble Versarian. It has been years since your last visit to Janus. I'm glad to see you again. It's a good sign when a Rogue Trader Seneschal does not visit a subject planet for a long time. Isn't that correct, Lady White? Could it be read as white, even? It means the governor is taking care of all matters and there's no need for a seneschal to interfere. I hear praise in those words, and I thank you for them. In truth, your arrival on the planet of the esteemed Lady von Valancius is quite unexpected. Well, Theodora von Valancius is dead. I'm now the dynasty's head. Such tragic news. I will see to it that the planet observes a month of mourning.
For Janus!
Why is there a peasant revolt? Explain yourself.
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
Cease and repent!
Not again. Abelard.
It will be done. Victory is imminent.
They're surprisingly resilient. Not
For the glory of the Imperium!
not versus the gun though. Set them on fire.
There is movement in the Empyrean.
Oh, you know it.
I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. Strike is a prayer.
Mm-hmm. Little distracted cats.
Faith without deeds is worthless. Fully Imperium!
Pain.
Just executed his helper.
Cleanses the body.
Just look at him singularly.
Isn't this a job for the... If I may.
Long range flamer.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Who, if not me? Another enemy down.
Ooh, he's missing a body part. Chain axe. Game is considering what to do. Oh, there's. But wait, there's more. Good job. I do like this ranged support. I'm somewhat of a sniper myself, must know. A Ripple Rebel. 115. Good another. They got a right idea. Let's stun our own guys. Sharpshooter. Well, for shooting sharp. He do be missing. Heinrichs.
I need a foothold.
Aw, target's too close.
I won't object to it.
Yell at him.
For the throne's glory.
She'll love being blessed by the Emperor. Let them approach. Oh, I know where you're going, Aeldari.
I'll brush this off.
My place is at the fore.
It sure is.
Grey hair, sure hand. It will be done. No matter the cost.
You know it.
Beck and call. You a target.
Isn't he just the best?
Indeed.
That's what he's essential. Oh. Oh, I forgot about you.
I've suffered worse.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act.
She prays.
I am his
Like, why
will
not?
made manifest.
Like, get that guy.
I'll do it. For you, my Emperor! As the Emperor
Burning.
Just a minor setback.
Meanwhile, Abelard's perfectly fine.
Me?
Just look at her.
Try to die with grace, at least.
He's too far.
Do not dare ask. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Game seems a bit confused about.
Focus.
Damn.
Focus.
Game seems a bit confused about the. About Argenta.
I'll see to it personally.
The Emperor is on our side. I won't object. But of course, Lord Captain.
That's the one we should have used. Like, well,
At your beck and call.
if you insist, rebel scum.
I know what is to come.
Like poor Aeldari, but
No! These ruby flushes are choking me!
straight flame on him.
Was that you? Or...
My ears are ringing.
I'll do it.
Oh, because she's in immediate proximity.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, none can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Like just a tad slow on the upkeep. The uptake.
I am a navigator.
You tell me you're in range?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, that's too bad.
Doubt is for the weak. Guided by faith.
Get her buffed. Heinrich.
It's nothing.
Oh, Heinrich didn't go down. Charge.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
Get them.
Your reckoning is due.
Well, at least that's something.
For the throne's glory.
Didn't flinch.
I've suffered worse.
Oh, I believe it.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Bonk.
It will be done.
It will indeed.
Victory is imminent.
Oh.
They who discern the future own the battlefield.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Get him.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Rejoice in battle! I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Step aside. The navigator is coming.
I've faced worse than this.
Get out of the poison.
A temporary setback. I'll make it happen.
I won't object to it.
Nice. Ah.
From the cold embrace of death,
What?
our Emperor, deliver us.
Someone just hit the ground
I'm just as surprised as you are.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Well, that I believe, but...
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Oh, they all leveled. It's something. Your Lordship, Emperor preserve us, are you alright? Where's the rest of the army? Pale Grayness is strangling this peasant like a noose. His words are laden with fear for your well-being, and yet he fears for his own even more. That's normal, Cassia. Where's the governess? She's safe, protected by walls and wardens. Please follow me. We'll escort you to her personally. Lead on. Pardon me, you wish to say I shot him, but that's not quite what I want to do.
I always keep my options open.
Your Lordship, the most honorable Melancholy from Valencius. The governor is awaiting you in her office, where she's protected by walls and guards. Would you prefer to meet with her alone or with your entourage? Of course, Del, my entourage will follow me in. It is only natural to assume there might be another attempt on my life. After what happened in the courtyard. She's furiously swiping at a data slate, issuing commands into a gilded vox. Upon seeing you, she hurriedly puts away her devices, smooths her skirt, and drops into a deep curtsy. Your Lordship, I accept my abject apologies for the reprehensible stunt that spoiled the reception. Even my worst nightmares I could never have imagined. Don't care about your apologies. Your local fuss is of no concern to me. Principal stunt. Well, I don't care about your apologies. They need to fear us more. I assure your Lordship, I would never. I beg you, give me the chance to prove my loyalty and explain myself. Her companion standing beside her also bends into a slavish bow, while reaching out to offer her a reassuring touch to Vistenza's hand, who immediately draws it away. Our wardens helped us in battle. Superb shot. Who was it? That's the person you should commend. Must be referring to Elliot, our chief ally in the struggle against the rebels. I have turned a blind eye to her horrific mutations, given the undoubtedly advantages she brings. You see, she comes from the local degenerate stock of this world and knows Janus like the back of her hand. So she has provided several leads as to where we can find bases and secret storehouses. Although I admit at the time I am tempted to send her away from the estate. Her unnaturalness means that speaking with her always leaves me feeling uneasy. Such a gaunt, unfeminine figure, and so tall. I shall acquire her for my harem. Did I hear you correctly, Governor Wyatt? You have a mysterious mutant in your estate at this very moment? One of the prodigious height, slight build, and with a supernatural talent for shooting? Did the arrival of this helper never give you pause for thought? Allow me to make myself clear. To refuse Elliot's help in our circumstance would have been incredibly rash. Yes, mutants are creatures abhorrent to the Emperor, and they should be exterminated. Be careful what you say, my navigator's present. But sometimes humanity makes exceptions for those who can serve the Imperium. I'm not concerned that your aide is a mutant. I am far more concerned that she may be nothing of the sort. She's probably an Aeldari. Melancholy would like to meet this helper of Governor Wyatt without delay, out of professional interest. If you wish to speak to Elliot, you will find her outside in the orangery. More likely by the gazebo. She prefers to keep her distance from others. She's not a mutant. Well, footfall station is on the verge of starvation. Yes and no, he cannot provide, your lordship. If the question is, can such an expensive and fertile world as one feed 1,000 void rats? Of course it can. We lose more provisions than gnawing pests every cycle than those on Footfall could eat in the entire life. But can we ship some provisions to Footfall? Not a chance. Any cargo shuttle that leaves the surface will be a target for attack. The rebels will not hesitate to bring it down, sending flaming debris over the capital. Our silos become targets for sabotage. Food could be poisoned or mined. Logistics of transporting supplies to Footfall will be only possible once the uprising has been completely crushed. Ugh. What's happening? Well, several months ago, uprising broke out on Janus. I was not even notified at first. Oh, Aeldari. That sounds like your teachings. Griping worms are for wardens to worry about. Alas, I only learned of what was happening after the miscreants began targeting noble families. And then it became apparent that what the Administratum's accounts had referred to as unrest were in fact organized attacks on infrastructure and society leaders. That does sound like Aeldari's teachings. They have already brought 13 agri-complexes to halt and now have moved on to assassination attempts. My wardens are doggedly tracking down the rebels, but their leaders are slipping from our grasp yet again. Well, that doesn't sound like you'll be able to fulfill the food stock. I risk angering you, your lordship, but this is nothing compared to shamelessly deceiving you. Let us consider the situation dispassionately. Even the most talented logistics experts of the Administratum are unable to guarantee stable ties when shuttles are wary of landing at the spaceport. The terrified peasants are indulging a dangerous minority within their ranks. Until the usual order of things is restored in Janus, any trade is nigh impossible. Have you heard whispers of Zinch, perchance? Seems to be everywhere I go these days. Considering what has occurred, your visit is a true blessing. You see, Janus does not have its own fleet. We could organize a planet-wide search if we had ships at our disposal. Ships like yours, your lordship. Perhaps you will find a way to support our subjects in their hour of need? Sure, even approximate coordinates could be sufficient to have the ground forces and ship's crew work together to hunt down the enemy. Hunt down the Siege of Rebellion. Bottom of this. Say to the masters of this world. Competent people found in Janus, I shall have to handle this myself while I track down these elusive fugitives myself. Admitted to fail again, I'm removing you from the post as governor of this planet. I'm placing you under arrest. Well, if I just go off gallivanting and searching for the rebels, they're not gonna fear me anymore for it. But I'm sure if I don't do anything about it, it's not gonna really work out. I wanna slight her, or do I wanna actually... I should actually do something about it. So, I'll search for them myself. As for you... you're put under arrest for your failings. Your lordship, but I have served your dynasty faithfully and honestly. I've worked tirelessly to tame this unruly planet. Well, didn't sound like it in your explanations.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
As we go and level up for 20 minutes. Texture, armor reduced, effect. Always ready. Combat gains bonus to weapon skill and ballistic skill. Some bonus to critical damage. Sounds nice. So, making versatility just more useful. At the end of the turn. If the Archman's range attacks this turn costs -1 AP. At least one enemy with a melee attack this round, the Archman gains Dodge bonus. How large is this list? Good god. That's all the skill stuff. As well. Oof. Oof. That was nimble. Extra movement. Strike. Whenever the Archmutant or their ally uses a heroic act or a desperate measure, it's 2 damage. Shoot on the hand. Any ranged area and burst attacks with the Archmutant can fall enemies. Extra turn. Stun, prone, or blinded. Okay. Heavy open attacks are better. Close quarter training. Oh, I don't remember what I gave Argenta. That'd be nice. For her, definitely. At least one enemy of a melee attack this round. Oh, that's a dodge bonus, yeah. I feel like this just gonna be good regardless. Uh, 5 more stacks of tactical advantage. Oh, that's gonna be good. Unless that's also good. High chance of hitting a cover. Number of enemies. Damage to targets are left and 50% wounds and heals. Okay. Linchpin. Gains extra turn with fellowship bonus. Full MP. It also seems good because she's gonna... Theory, she's gonna kill loads of enemies due to AoE. Resolve. First heroic act costs nothing. This is so much. 3 times per turn. Stacking the deck. Assign objective. Stronghold. Amount of temporary wounds to an ally close to the target. Perfect finish. And there's just the rest. Gonna take this one as a setup skill. Yeah, she's bounty hunter. Kills prey. Bounty hunter gains half the bonuses granted by hunt down the prey. Prey is killed. Okay. Armor penetration. Critical hit targets almost reduced. Bounty hunter gains damage for 2 rounds. Attacked in melee range for the first time. Ooh. I like that one. That's also gonna get her out of melee range to immediately flame us stuff. Vanguard. Must make a willpower resistant. Enemy's predatory target. Okay. Yielding beacon. Dodge against all attacks except the vanguards. Uh-huh. Critical hits deal less damage to the vanguard. That's nice. At least 1 temporary wound to gain parry and armor. That's probably really good. Just a radius can +3 temporary wounds. So he's just gonna go around encouraging people. This wound's gonna make a fine scar. Considers the Vanguard priority target as a cell. Skill attacks with your grabbers. Covering bulwark. On your feet. Pharaoh Creek. Wall of Rock Crate. Grant 6. This is probably great. Oh no, this one. Yeah, I'll get this one for now. So, about you, create an opening. For Hardy. Unnatural luck. Oh, that's divination. No, there's the psi rating stuff. Level 20. Well, soon-ish. Soon-ish we'll be able to get that. Blazing Inferno. Sounds good. Backdraft. Burning Blood. Sparks of the Greater Flame. Damage over time effects applied by the Psycho gain critical hit chance. This chance is increased by all bonuses to crit. I'm gonna go with Blazing Inferno to get that crit. We'll see how this goes. And sure. Just like do anything. "33 lance guns, you say? How about we don't lug them around? Just...
Keep your wits about you.
It's not a door I can take. Okay. This isn't evil. Godino caught her husband with the servitor again. It's an honor. To the estate. We need to find out more about these rebels. It's so windy again. Temperature's fluctuating too harshly. One day it's real warm, like 12 degrees or so. Well, warm for February.
Is there money to be made?
And the next day we're almost back to minus. That's a quest place.
I always keep my options open.
Assassination attempt at the governor's own estate. Following your Sharon, Mistress Aeldari would have caused
I always have a backup plan.
Where's my... You people, where's my loot? Seized arms and face are covered in small boils that ooze cloudy pus even after death.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Dried berries? Don't mind if I do.
Keep your wits about you.
Keeping constant watch. Well, you say that.
Let us not dawdle.
Like, you say that with confidence, whilst I was getting shot at.
An opportunity.
Seal containers marked with the familiar insignia of the Monitorum, and additional seals of a forge world unknown to you. High-grade weaponry likely made to order.
I always keep my options open.
Faster, faster. The sooner we smoke out this louse, the sooner we can report to the clearance operation is complete. A hulking man in a uniform. Mark him as an officer of the gubernatorial warden. Pointing those hose. The thing we need is a poisonous gas cloud in the air over the estate. Your lordship, please do not stray too close to the building. One of the terrorists from today's attack has holed himself up in there. He could be dangerous. What's going on? Ready to report, your lordship. Conducted a sweep of the area after the attack. All of the assassins are arrested and neutralized except for one. He sealed himself inside. He already injured 2 wardens who tried to reach him. But there's no need to worry. We'll poison him and clear the last rags of dirt from the estate. Only one question, officer. Why have you not already done it? The Rogue Trader is here, and the longer you delay, the more you put his life needlessly at risk. It is inexcusable, your lordship. The barrels of poison were only just delivered, but we're ready to begin now. What's so special about the building? It's one of the utility buildings. Fortunately, it was empty at the time of the attack. There were no potential hostages or innocent people inside. If you ask me, I think it was the first place the killer came to when he was beating his retreat. We managed to round up all the others, but this one holed himself up. I want to talk to him. Are you sure? It's not exactly safe, your lordship. So, dare to question me? Oh, forgive me. Act as you see fit. For that, what's this? Most effective representative of the local flora assembled in the flower bed. Uh-huh.
Is there money to be made?
Piss off, you won't take me alive. Better to put a bullet in my brain and the governor's dogs let get their hand on me. WH40K Rogue Trader. %. Examine the door. The door looks solid and formidable. Your notice dark marks on the hinges, a sure sign that the material is degraded. The lock doesn't look new either. Suitable tool, it could easily be opened. Well, sure. Hit it. A few powerful blows and the door flies open, revealing a way inside. Gonna get shot. The Rogue Trader. Your lordship, have mercy. You're the sovereign of this planet. Only you have the power to save us. Youth is a time of recklessness. I heard it said more than once in the Scholar Progenium. And during my novitiate? But youth is also a time of directness. Let us listen to this young man before we judge him. I agree with the sister here. People don't become rebels because everything in their life is rosy. And the kid's green as grass. Well, that's for Cassia to decide, isn't it? Be ashamed to kill him for nothing. Something is wrong on Janus. I can feel it. Maybe we can shed some light on what's going on. Well, save you from what? Governor White. Everyone here knows what she's doing to us. We've put up for it long enough, hoping that somebody would intervene and help us, but nobody ever did. She's turned the whole world into a slaughterhouse. People are rounded up like rocks from the settlement, supposedly to go to the palace. They're never seen again. The servants pour something over the fields, and then people lose their minds. They start hearing voices and seeing evil spirits. And while we're dying, she's sitting behind her white walls and feasting on our bones. I was taught that peasants have a tendency to exaggerate the suffering due to sloth and weakness of spirit. But this young man, vermilion thorns pierce every centimeter of his body, and grey shackles bind his hands, feet, and neck. There are no lies in his words, only terror and desperation without end. You're telling me people are seeing evil spirits? Not the first time. Yes, others are going feral and attacking their loved ones. And then there's... People say that some settlements, well, they've stopped upholding the law altogether. Imperial law and the law of basic human decency. People are turning into animals. Well, who's behind the rebels? Your lordship, I beg you, don't ask me that. I can't sell out my brethren. It's for me, but the others, I won't betray them. Just ask again. Oh no, it's grayed out now. You know, enter the war on this planet if I don't get to handle the situation? Tell me or I'll tear this world apart. How dare you rebel against the vassal of the Imperium? Nah. People waiting outside will... You through far worse torment than I will? Boom. Done listening to you. Well, I guess here's your one chance. Well, there's... I just want this planet back. Come on. The boy hesitates for a few seconds and then his head drops limply. As long as you keep your words. Never been in that camp, none of us have. Only the chief saw one person from their base. He came a few times, bringing weapons and orders. He said he represented a greater force than we could imagine. And he said that the governor's dogs will pay for the reprisals of the settlement. But that's not where they're hidden. They keep their distance from ordinary folks. Sure. Yep. We have it all worked out so that if anyone gets caught, the others aren't caught with them. When I swiped the chief's walks, I thought after I killed the governor I could use the message coordinates to find the base and hide out there. That's everything I know, your lordship. Picking up by the scruff of his neck. Come along now. Your lordship, thank you for your kindness. Never thought I'd survive this. Your lordship, I honor your bravery. Please allow me to get rid of this rat for you. Flay him. Nah. Sought your advice and see rebel is made into a useful servitor. Nah. Escort this man safely to the perimeter of the estate. With your deepest respect, your lordship. It will be done. If you shoot him, I'll come back for you. I'll set you up for a staring contest with my navigator.
Oh, the irony.
I won't let it define me.
That was a problem for you.
Thanks, Heinrichs. 15 bonus to carouse. Multi-key. Multipod.
Keep your wits about you.
Is that all? Well, more or less.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
I need to talk to the Aeldari. Oh, he found out a bit about what's going on.
Let us not dawdle.
What do you mean there's loot? Loot, you say? Ah, that's up top.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
I've seen loot around here. That's entirely not the place. I have a completely
to be made?
wrong handle on the layout of this place. I mean, there is loot up here, but it's just a totally different crate altogether.
I always have a backup plan.
So cannibals, you say? Mind talking to me about cannibalism? You're too late, Wyatt's dogs. I'm the master of my own fate. It is you, your lordship. The God Emperor must have brought you here. I beg you, help the rebels and save Janus. Forgive me, your lordship. If only I had known it was you, my eyes deceived me. We have little time now, but I swear I'll tell you everything. Well, be quick about it. In the name of the Golden Throne, your lordship, show mercy on the humble workers. The salt of Janus, save them. Stensa Wyatt, the untouchable governor and leader of the nobility, is creating something monstrous behind closed doors. She uses the Imperium's interest as a smokescreen and purports to scholars of her actions. Her actions are poisonous to the planet. Did you know that the settlements that fail to pay their due tithes on time have been allowed to pay with people? They even deliver them to order, sometimes old folks, sometimes children. I've seen those people. I've seen them being delivered to the estate. And they're never seen or heard from again. They go into the secret rooms, and they don't come out again, your lordship, ever. Fresh meat to entertain the nobility. Some things never change. Whether you're on my planet or anywhere in the righteous Imperium. Peasants who were taken to Urek 5 to serve House Ocelia were never seen or heard from ever again either. They became loyal servants and toiled for the good of a great dynasty. Why should they ever return to filthy squalid abodes? Dark stain on his arm seems to creep through his veins until his arms and necks are a lancet work of black. What else is going on? I'll tell you exactly what I was told to the people who contacted me. These tithes, some settlements have already switched to paying with people. They say the amenable settlements get special treatment from the governor's dogs. They arrange for medicine to be supplied to settlements, then security. Then they completely isolate them. All contact between those inside the settlement and the outside world is cut off. One lad managed to get out. He's the one who told me about this all. But the people are rotting alive in there. Strange growths, yellow eyes, stinking like dead bodies. The worst-looking ones are rounded up and taken away. The fellow who escaped, he seemed fine, but within a couple of days, the rebels picking him up, he started seeing monsters instead of people. They had to lock him up away from the other folks. The poor saw it, and then his wrists. You accuse the Rogue Trader's appointed governor of heresy. If your words are false, they by themselves are tantamount to heresy. But if what you say is true, if it's true, then your sacrifice will be to your credit, my good man. Well, she said that impassionately. I swear I'm not lying. Pray for me, holy sister, for me and for Janus. I'm not sure I'll last long enough to answer all your questions. Secret rooms? Hidden chambers deep within the palace. I've never been inside, thankfully. The servants who are allowed and the ones the governor trusts, they change. She changes them. Pretties them up, defiles them. It's a sex dungeon. Well, it's on brand for heretics, I guess, for cultists. Your lordship, if you'll permit a dying man to make one last request. Don't tell anyone I was the one who unlocked the doors. If you do, they'll go after my family, my home. Sure. I just want my planet back. Will you save Janus? Dies.
I always keep my options open.
Yes, you do. That's a wall.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, something tells me she's not gonna be under arrest for long. Surely she's gonna be let out by... whatever monstrum she's creating. Like, I made my own chaos spawn.
Get left in the dust.
It's an honor, Rogue Trader. Well, let's find the Elder. Oh, there she is. That was quick. It is a gazebo. Can I
always have a backup plan.
Otherworldly silence reigns under the arches of the gazebo. Oh. Perhaps the sound barrier generator is mounted in the dome.
I always keep my options open.
Maybe it's waiting to eat us. Well, sure, all the Emperor-abiding folk are hiding.
Iliad Lenevis greets you, Elantark.
Well, hi.
Regrettable news. This creature is not a mutant as the locals assumed, but a representative of the Aeldari, one of the myriad enemies of humanity. You should not trust this creature. Do not communicate with it any longer than necessary.
He's actually just hiding behind the park bench.
There is no need to mutilate my language, monkey. I speak yours well enough to converse with Elantark without a translator. And since you have discerned my path, I will be direct in my speech.
I shall acquire you for my harem.
My soul is nothing kin to yours. Your kind call us Xenos, as if we are all as one. I came here to protect the Lilithon by assisting the governor against her enemies. Will you hear me, or be blinded to sense by your precepts?
Well, I have a clear goal. So I do want to talk to her. Proper respect, nah. Keep your hands so you can see them. Don't mind that, that seems fair. To be honest, the only point I saw was that you have no desire to fight. Don't converse with enemies of humanity. Well, I will speak to you.
Reckless.
Well, sorry I didn't head into cover immediately.
Must I remind you, Master Van Calox, that the warrant endows rogue traders with the sacred right to have dealings with Xenos when necessary? That exceptional memory of yours seems to have let you down.
Thank you, Abelard.
I have banished the shadow of doubt from your thoughts regarding my nature. Now you will answer my question. Why have you sought me out?
Come to Janus. It dies, you know? Goes mysterious helper. Well, I could just kind of want to say thank you for helping. But
I am Elantark. My hand parried the death promised to the ruler of these people, and I aided you in battle against the Lost Ones.
why are you calling me that?
Because that is what you are. Elantark means stranger from the darkness amidst the stars. You descended on flame-winged machines in a dark time when the air of the planet is soaked in blood and pain. Will you be the one to bring peace to the Lilithon?
As my planet, I would like to have it in order, yes. I talked to one of the rebels. You know, there's talk about people being experimented on, heretical stuff.
I witnessed prisoners being delivered to the rear doors under cover of darkness, but what became of them I know not. And it is not my concern what you humans do to your fellows.
Ah, detached. You'll fit right in. Well, what about the mutations on the bodies of the rebels?
This world was pure, until your kind sullied it with its presence. The Lilithon does not possess such powers. Another force must be at play. Elantark, everything you have told me stirs doubt and alarm in my soul. I must take time to contemplate. Do not disturb me further.
Well, if it's a chaos thing, I'm just gonna put it out there. Your kind birthed the fourth one. It's true we're responsible for most of them, but it's not like you can't.
Let us not dawdle.
No, you saw your back. Oh, and they're running, and they're and they're hiding again.
Keep your wits about you.
The ivy covering the archway gives you a delicate, heady fragrance, although you do not see any flowers.
Is there money to be made?
So, talked to the... Oh, there is somebody else we can talk to.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Somebody back here. Goods, you say? They are really keen on keeping their distance.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Greetings, your lordship. Lex Mechanic Vincent. Oops, sorry about that. Let's go for the small talk approach. Well, hello there. How many servants of the Adeptus Mechanicus are on the planet? According to the data stored in my cogitator, all infrastructure nodes of food harvesting and processing have their own contingent of technomats. Total number amounts to 253. Correction, based on the latest data, 211 units. Why is it going down? How things for you and your fellows? Current situation on the planet is assessed as stable. Prospects are assessed as encouraging. Tell me about my planet's initializing report. Planet soil possesses a unique composition suitable for re-engineering of the planet and the mass production of foodstuffs. Significant cultivation of the Eastern Hemisphere with the aim of improving production processes and logistics operations. Traces of xeno activity that do not pose immediate threat of ongoing operations. Undesirable pathologies of flora and fauna have been noted, which may pose a threat in the short term. Xeno activity. According to data obtained during the initial survey, ruined structures of non-human origin were noted in a different sector of the planet, but I did not have the administrative capacity to study them in more detail. Must defer quest for knowledge. What about flora and fauna? Genetic and chemical pathologies, your lordship's harmless species mutate and become aggressive, while plants change their chemical composition and become poisonous. It's happening more and more often, and if you do not take action, the ecosystem world will be irreplaceably disrupted. Interesting. It is often seen to be insignificant anomalies like these that lead to greater troubles. Is the governor dealing with this? Analyze the genome to the affected species, and I am currently developing suppressor genes to make the planet's organisms resistant to pathology. But so far I have not been able to solve the problem. Further exploration of the planet would perhaps speed up the processes, but the administrative apparatus has imposed a ban on expeditions that are not directly aimed at improving production. So she's not doing anything at all. Abelard, it is fully correct that we put her under arrest. So, what can you tell me about this specimen? Studies the dried berries and goes still. Creeping creeweed. Like Sergeant Creed. A typical plant of the Western Hemisphere. We have studied the possibilities of industrial cultivation. The process was found to be inefficient due to the specific requirements of the soil, which is found in the right composition only in the archipelagos. Okay. Well, we'll speak later. As you wish.
I always keep my options open.
Well, Shapers. It's like, can we... Yep, close that. Chapter 2. Where the rebels... So yeah, the rebels are living on the archipelagos, or somewhere to that effect. How useless are you if you can't figure that out on your own? Attilius Quint, a stooped man wearing a cloak of the Adeptus Administratum, reviewing a data slate. Your Lordship, what an honor to address you in person. Allow me to introduce myself. Attilus Quint, Prefectus of the Officio Agricultae. I have preserved the record of our conversation forever. Betrayed the governor? Nah. What do you think of her? What do you think about our former governor? Oh, I must confess the news of her arrest has shaken me to my core. May I speak openly? I admit that I have got a bad word to say about Governor Wyatt and hope that when you praise her efforts, your anger will change to mercy. The governor is a superb leader. She possesses an excellent grasp of all matters and never uses an incorrect form for a given situation. Do not pry into her personal affairs, but if I may speak plainly, a lady who fills out paperwork with such finesse cannot be a bad person in my view. God damn it. Do you know about the attack on your estate? A disgraceful incident. Simply disgraceful. I cannot believe these scoundrels would dare to come so close and to drag the nobility into this as well. That's your only concern. If they penetrated your estate, that means they had help from some worthless servant or other. Security is currently questioning the survivors, but the culprit has not been found. Ah, that's the one. Well, what do you think about the Aeldari? To be honest, Lordship, I find the presence most distressing. Of course, I would never gainsay the wisdom of the governor. Who, if not she, could perceive the true worth of a person, even if the person is a mutant? Why are you so... well... Moreover, Elliot's particular abilities could be an interesting subject of study for the Magos biologists. That elongated head, shape, those eyes... Judging by the skull that was given to me to send on to footfall, such development developmental anomalies on Janus are not a quirk of nature, but some kind of inheritable trait. Skull. A most remarkable item, I must say. A true anomaly. One moment. Here it is. A parcel which he immediately unwraps. I believe the finished piece was intended to be given as a gift to the governor, but under the current circumstances I doubt we'll be able to send it to Footfall anytime soon. What a curiosity. Oh. I mean, yes, of course, undoubtedly. Whatever you wish, your lordship. If that will raise your spirits after the recent incident. Well, thanks for indulging me. I look forward to meeting you again, your lordship.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
I would say that's fairly one-sided. But good on you.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
Keep your wits about you.
Did you see the mutant wipe out the target? Our guy near the governor's just stood there catching flies and she already blown his brains out. Yep. Whoosh. Argenta.
Fails.
A luxurious
I always
chapel.
have a backup plan.
Huge door is locked. So there's a...
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, is it below?
I've read about this.
Fun is an expensive toy for the nobility. Pure water is currently bubbling from it.
I always keep my options open.
How wasteful. Medicare.
This ocular implant was a worthwhile investment.
Chains or ropes with shackles on the end can be seen in the water. Something white is also visible. Through the glimmer, a fragment of bone which marks made by shark
Always
teeth.
keep your eye on the prize.
Another charter's pendant. Okay.
Keep your wits about you.
What's about you? Oh. Let's take the goods.
I always have a backup plan. Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Return to the void ship for a bit. Oh. Alanta. As you once sought my help, now I'm seeking yours. The time has come to dispel the final shadows on our path. I have hidden the truth from you. I know a great deal about those who are disturbing the peace of the local ruler, and I also know where they are hiding. Allow me to show you the way on the condition that you bring me to them. Don't think Rogue Trader needs your revelations right now, Janus. That is even assuming that you are not lying now as well. What an unsuspected and suspicious revelation. Perhaps my admission does sound like that, but please believe one thing. What propels me now is much more important than my earlier silence. Everything you have discovered, everything you have learned from your kind, they're all traces of the same calamity. A calamity that will eclipse all the strife and wars on the face of this world. All the signs were plain to see. I was here, and the monkey failed to recognize the coming storm. Please follow me, Melanchor. You must, if this word truly matters to you. Come on, what are you talking about? Truth very soon, but not here, not in a place where it seems evil has made its nest. Have patience. Trust me. Sure. Truly must have been brought here by Providence, for... No. It was your will alone that brought you here, which has become a blessing for the Lidifane. Let's go, Alantash. Pray to the gods that we are not too late. There's a new person. I want to keep Heinrichs by my side, I think. As the voice of reason. You can call it that. And so the harem grows once more. Lush.
Let us not dawdle.
It's not the one I want. Come on. It's decently large. Level
You interrupted
up.
my thoughts.
Assassin, bounty hunter. Assassin should be good. Death Whisper. So count towards the limit of attack. Poise Destroy. What's that? Enemy suffer less armor and deflection. The Killing Edge. An additional damage. Equal to dodge or dodge reduction. Yes. Ah, sure. During the first use of an ability costs nothing. Ability Janus plus 5 to maximum. More damage to an opening. Stop the all enemies that do not have assassin line of sight of an unsuspecting effect. Applies Death Whisper, deals extra damage. Ah, sure. How is your gear? $18 to $21. Well, I'll have a load of stuff. Could be a pirate. Fireproof cape. Nothing she can use.
Is there money to be made?
I align my
I will lead us to fortune.
Oh, or if I manage to get over the bridge, maybe. Facility Store is my home for a time, but I still feel like a stranger myself.
Always keep your eye on the prize. Success is the only outcome I accept.
By the power of my athletics.
I'll make an example out of you.
Show them no mercy.
On attack, kill the intruders. No, we just wanna talk. Lower your weapons. Oh, he clearly found you. You want to talk to them? Well, you should start. Damn.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. As the
Pray,
Emperor
Argento,
commands,
pray.
I act.
It's fine for now.
I'll see to it, but he never stood a chance.
Heavily armed rebel.
My faith shields me.
Game. Please.
I understand your intent. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Side.
I am not your Xenos pet monkey.
Fell down the ladder and then just kind of got.
Kemorak!
He took a long time to make up his mind.
Follow my lead. It will be done. An exemplary strike. I will do my duty.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use.
25% hit chance. What?
But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it.
Oh. What? Or too far away, they don't see her.
I'm not accustomed. Another fern painted black. If I may.
Abelard. Whack him.
One fewer target.
Does feel like a real bad call to wipe them out. No, game. There's that.
Let's make some opportunities. I'll make it happen.
Good job.
On it.
Wouldn't mind too much if this goes horribly wrong.
This tedium is beneath me. Fool creatures!
Don't attack them, no! Foul creatures!
My soul belongs to the Infinity Circuit.
I'd rather not.
Don't be so choosy, Abelard. Can you please move like one space? Yeah, exactly.
My place is at the fore.
Exactly, Abelard, exactly.
I took care of this one.
Get me a target. Naturally. Holy terror, smite your enemies. Let's see to it.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Not sanctioned to do this.
Why?
For the throne's glory.
Fair enough.
I won't object to it.
Help me, Lord Captain!
He's just shooting the wall. He's sliding. Seems a bit broken. Just probably also gonna down my new elf.
I feel the breath of Cylon trash.
This sacrifice will forge our way to victory.
Pain and
Damn.
duty go hand in hand.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it.
Swing and a miss.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
Gentle style targeting. Charge.
I'll make it happen. It's as good as done. I'll make it happen.
I won't go down easy.
At your beck and call. Indeed.
And another one. That's only melee?
But of course, Lord Captain.
No, it doesn't say so.
Let's see to it.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Naturally.
Just 8.
Throne take you.
Oh, he learned to
I'll
walk.
brush this off.
Good job, Aeldari.
Rejoice in battle! As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Get him.
On it. Your end was inevitable. Who if not me?
Mm-hmm. Ouch. Not my face. I need it to look pretty. Heavily armed rebel. Kind of forgot about the sharpshooter.
Victory is
Aeldari goes bonk.
at your beck and call. Grey hair, sure hand. Will rule the stars themselves.
Go to work, Aeldari.
I will do my duty. Indeed. An exemplary strike. At your beck and call.
I won't object to it. For the throne's glory.
So, stared not at Aeldari. Oh, that's the wrong one. Stare at him.
If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may.
It will be done.
Sabalar starts going to town again. Push themselves, waking nightmare.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? How dare you?
And he's sliding again.
I won't go down easy.
Guided by faith. Doubt is for the weak.
Time to start flaming, people. You can't be serious. Why does that miss? Like it does?
I'll do it.
What? Game,
I'll make it
please.
happen. I'll
Bleed
see to it
for me.
personally.
Can I
On
just...
it.
Nope. Hope. I hoped I could get rhythm.
You don't frighten me.
Well, maybe you should be scared, Cassia. Oof.
I won't die here.
Victory is imminent. It will be done.
And pretty slow.
I can make it.
It's gonna keel over.
But of course, Lord Captain. I won't die here.
Hopefully.
I won't do that.
It's like, please. Just leave the poison.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me.
Indeed. Target well struck.
That's just the next melee.
High momentum.
Oh.
Emperor, deliver us.
Gonna do something now? Oh, ooh.
The enemies of the Emperor will be Aeldari. As the Emperor...
That took so long.
I won't stand for it. It's as good as done.
What? But that's fine.
I'll see to it. You should feel honored to witness this. I'll make it happen. Another enemy down. On it. I'll see to it personally.
Hit him!
How'd you like this?
Damn! And can still shoot as well.
My battle is not over.
Injury is not an excuse to shirk one's duty.
That's not something you say to your Rogue Trader, Aeldari.
I will do my duty.
Let's see to it.
How dare you?
He is so going to get shot.
Me?
It will be done. At your beck and call.
Like Aeldari's gonna win this war of attrition. Although I doubt it's one I want to win. Oh! Aeldari.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury! I'll do it.
What? But, and... So messed up.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I refuse. This is unacceptable.
What? Game's thinking very hard about it. Good job, Argento.
A tactically sound approach. We should deal with this.
We should indeed.
Reduced to dust! I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Oh, I believe it.
I need a foothold. I won't object to it.
What? That's wrong.
For the throne's glory.
Oh, something's gone wrong. Game's...
Isn't this a job for the... Try to die with grace, at least.
Game seems real confused. Cutscene? Game seems real confused. Oh! Just showed up. It reset the Guardian on Heinrich's space?
I'll channel my pain into anger.
Doubt is for the weak. None can escape the Emperor's judgment. As the Emperor commands, I act.
And meanwhile, Aeldari's like, here, come to save the day. Is there even a way up? Oh yeah, there's the ladder.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones.
Good old 11 movement Aeldari.
It will be done.
4% hit chance.
Someone else can do this.
Oh yeah, that is right, of course. Oh, he's too close. Good job, Heinrichs. So you parry that.
Let's see to it. More trouble than it's worth.
Poison's all gone now.
Emperor, give me strength. If only that were possible.
Too far, you say? So...
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I press my advantage.
As duty demands.
Here's for me, Misha.
Yep.
Not my worst day. Yet.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
Rejoicing?
Follow my lead.
The Emperor is on our side. But of course, Lord Captain. Alas, no. I won't do that.
Why?
Let's see to it.
How much closer would she even need to be?
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
I will avenge you.
Mm-hmm.
God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart.
A tactically sound approach.
Meanwhile, Aeldari.
Indeed.
At your beck and call.
High momentum.
He has her pinned.
I will do my duty.
Well, my navigator's gonna come around eventually.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Victory is imminent.
She could. Yeah, she probably should go up this container.
Guided by faith!
At your beck and call.
This doesn't feel like something you should be able to do.
Be careful not to cross my gaze. Do not dare ask.
Too far still.
It will be done.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. That is foolishness.
It is foolish indeed. She is in range now.
I'm not accustomed
So
to being
let's
ordered around.
press the advantage.
I am a navigator, not a...
And majorly confuse the game.
Keep your wits about you.
They fear to look at me because of
Join.
I'm at your service.
I always have a backup plan.
Let me help.
I needed that.
Field medicine at its finest.
Let us not dawdle.
Yeah, the only thing I can actually heal is...
Sometimes you can
I know how to take risks. I always keep my options open.
Sure, it's a good idea to kill the rebels. Surely. Yeah.
Is there money to be made?
Stolen Militarum tech.
Keep your wits about you.
Aeldari chainsword. A bad auto pistol. A melter!
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Feeling like I'm missing a melter. How good is your gun? It's not actually better than what I have.
I sense something nearby.
Well, don't step in.
Don't.
Grace and strength of will. It is sad that such gifts have fallen to one whose soul will never be illuminated by the light of terror.
Limited, petty creatures often wrongly pity others who are, in fact, superior to them. I do not know if I should find it fascinating or repulsive.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, more goods. Oh, what else do we have? Dimness of the canopy. You notice the outlines of machines. Portable generators provide power to the camp. Some wires strewn about the floor of the help.
I always have a backup plan.
Mm-hmm.
Just as I planned.
Yep. That's one
Keep
rebel.
your wits about you.
Is that a way back? Yeah, that's a way back to the exit.
Is there money to be made? Your arrogance will be your downfall.
I'll turn you into corpse starch.
Call for backup. Please. Like, you idiots. Trying to help you here. Aeldari. It's like, how far up can you go? A decent bit. Who is gonna be the most dangerous? Sharpshooter rebel.
If I must.
I won't compromise my principles.
That's why I only charge in a straight line.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, I wouldn't shoot at the nun.
If I may, another foe painted black. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
Aeldari.
Die!
I won't object to it.
Heinrichs is having a bad time.
It will be done.
Bonk. And they're in charges. And he swings. It's gonna be great once this turns out to be a giant misunderstanding.
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. Faith without deeds is worthless. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Doubt is for the weak.
Gosh. Stun, ignore extra attack.
If it serves your cause. I deal death with my hands.
My gut tells me it's a bad idea.
Oh, because I'm at a movement
I
point.
refuse. It's as good as done. I'll make it happen. Accept your lot. Taking calculated risk is my second nature. On it. Who if not me?
You don't frighten me!
You never stood a chance.
If only that were possible. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Is it? Is it really though?
At your beck and call. Indeed. My ears are ringing.
Everyone, step aside.
Injured Inquisitor lackey coming through.
My place is at the fore. At your beck and call. Reduced to dust.
Our Lord and his power hammer.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone!
Or flame grill.
Strike is a prayer.
Dispassionate face contorted in a grimace of pain and rage. Elucidator activates when she begins speaking her language. I swear on Cain's riven heart, moron, you will pay for your treachery. May Morahek sunder your fate and cast it away. May the blood of Eldanesh flood your throat. Last battle we see today. Need allies of all the wits about them. Tempest. Calm down. I doubt this will be the last fight we had. Closes her eyes, sucks in a breath through her teeth, and quickly murmurs something. As she opens her eyes, her face is once again a mask of cool serenity. She looks at Glue and begins to speak, this time in low Gothic. Please excuse me. I allowed the turmoil in my soul to win out over my reason. A slip like that it cost me more than even you can even imagine. My very soul. Be more careful, even in the face of treachery. Who is Moron? It's the one responsible for the rebellions against the ruler of Janus, but allow me to tell you everything from the beginning. Now finally, call ourselves the children of Asurion, Aeldari. Aeldari is another name of ours. We are the echoes of the great empire that once ruled the galaxy and created new worlds. The planet that you call Janus is one such maiden world, the Lilithane. A haven that our ancestors made for their kin. For many millennia, only the shadows of our predecessors lived amongst the ruins, until you humans came here. We are the heirs, and we are entirely within our right to call the Maiden World our own. However, your arrival is a tragedy, not a homecoming. We belonged to Craftworld Kurudarach, which fell on the border of this star region. Only the providence of the merciful gods allowed us to escape the fate that befell those whose souls perished amidst the stardust along with our abode. Destroying an Aeldari Craftworld is a serious achievement. I'd like to shake the hand of whoever did it. Abelard timing. The calamity, the little Fane offered my kin a sanctuary, a place of respite in the ruins of our ancestors under the canopy of the forest created by the wisdoms of our world singers, living alongside your kind, who reap the fruits of our labor with such vulgarity. So, and why did they attack you? I know not the answer to that question. Many cycles have passed since I departed these forests, and my kin, they cannot have forgotten me, can they? So, you're trying... how is it connected? Are you trying to get rid of us? Asuryani do not enter battles they cannot win. However, it is our power to direct the currents so that the elements themselves wash obstacles and enemies from our path. So it was in this case. Moran, the foreseer from the Krudarach, saw a future without the monkey. And we followed his lead. We simply used the monkey's passion against him. Their love for freedom and anarchy, their love for domination and violence. Stoking enmity between servants and rulers is easier when your targets are governed by emotions rather than reason. My kin became military advisors to the monkey, who rose up against the ruler of this world. I had a different mission, to become Vistenza's handler, since the rebels would be unable to get to her until both sides were sufficiently weakened. The ruler of the humans had never seen a child of Asurian before, so when she accepted the lie about a degenerate branch of monkey dwelling far from their own kind. So... wow. Well, because they want to get rid of us, but... Struggle to understand the children of Asurian, and I do not blame you for that. We are too different. Monkey walked blindly into the future. We chose the path guided by our foreseers. Our Forge World was the birthplace of the powerful watchers of things to come. Our leaders were selected from among the ranks, and their world was set in stone, unshakable like the universe itself. Moran, our leader here, is one of that group. The children of Arcean are subject to his will, and he is subject to the will of his visions. Moran saw the little Fane in a vision, suffering and crying out to be cleansed, and we did everything we could to rid the maiden world of the monkey. Our lives, our desires, all that is dust compared to the light of the path Moran has chosen for us. At least, that is what my kin believe. I used to believe it too, until recently. Did he exchange his large spiked helmet for one spikier helmet? Did he dye all his robes black, adorned with additional knives, nails, and razor blades? Did he get into fetish outfits by any chance? Your arrivals threw my past into disarray, and lifted the veil on the truth that had been hidden from me. While I was shadowing the human's ruler, I failed to see the signs that there was another threat looming over the little Fane besides the monkey's deeds. The threat should be familiar to you, as it is to other intelligent species in the galaxy. We call it... yep. She who first, goddess of chaos. Silantresh. The names of Aeldari given to the Chaos god Slanesh. Their ultimate enemy, Slanesh, is the god of passion, excess, and forbidden pleasures. He is known for his fickle and treacherous nature. His figurements... so he's right about the fetish gear. At least on human side. Disfigurements, it seemed you call these mutations, are the surest sign of this threat. By mutilating living forms, this malevolent power subjugates them and bends them to its will. You have seen the deformities in the faces of those who are closer to the Lithane's body than others, the rebels who hide under the canopy of these forests. The Monkey are weak in spirit. They are susceptible to the propositions of she who thirsts. And in their drive to attain their poisoned gifts, they perform perverse rituals in their name. Rituals that require sacrifices, like the Monkey who were brought to the palace and never seen again. At this rate, I'm just glad it's not Tzeentch. The signs that have been revealed to me, they all indicate the presence of corruption in this world. Tendrils of corruptions may be spreading through the world spirit, poisoning it even as we speak. But for corruption to take hold on the planet so quickly requires effort directed by the will of another. I believe Vistenza Wyatt is in thrall to the will of Sairan Fresh. What? Vistenza Wyatt, the governor who has duly served the dynasty of the Imperium for decades? Melancholy, I hope you will not stand for such scurrilous slander aimed at one of your finest servants. Aeldari, we already arrested her. As lamentable as it may be, the Imperium's history knows many cases where even the most steadfast followers of the Creed would turn away from his light. Governor Wyatt had to tap into many fonts of knowledge to turn Janus into a prosperous agri-world. Perhaps one of those fonts became her undoing. It'd also be easier to have this conversation if she wasn't on the other side of the river. Vistenza's to blame, then why haven't you gone to the palace and killed her already? That one's out of running. I don't believe that Vistenza's guilty. Yeah, she is definitely tainted. You will have to find out for yourself. And that's a bit overly trusting. Questioning her motives. These two are definitely out of the question. It seems pretty obvious. Perhaps the signs I uncovered have failed to convince you. I pray to the gods that other proof, something more comprehensible to you, will emerge to sway your opinion. Oh, I'm sure we're gonna get some monster, some demon thrown at us. Aeldari, avert your eyes from demonettes. Slaanesh is deceitful and cunning. She subtly penetrates the soul, offering false perfection, luring victims into her web with promises of a wicked ideal. The rule of the monkey perhaps does not even know that your soul has been corrupted. Well, better keep going.
I always keep my options open.
I doubt they'll like us once we...
When the faithful speak.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Let us not dawdle.
The pad is speckled with black tracks and scratches, judging by the evidence of landing and takeoff. Flying machines land here on a regular basis. It could be one of the local types of shuttles.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Well, we already saw Astra Militarum gear. Meh.
Keep your wits about you.
Inventory. $1624. Well, still not as good.
I always have a backup plan.
What a shame.
Remains of an ancient structure are visible under the green canopy.
Is there money to be made?
Random gun. Random bad gun.
I always keep my options open.
Go up, you
That's
say.
how it's done.
Medicare.
Lesson learned.
Mutilated body is covered in deep lacerations.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust. I always get the job done.
For a deck officer, your physical fitness is impressive, Master Versarian. I take it your position as seneschal is extremely demanding.
Young man, Rosette or no, stop lavishing these condescending compliments on me. If I were your age, you would be no match for me.
Oh, I doubt he's a match for you now.
Me today.
I know how to take risks.
Have
Keep
a
your
lord's
wits about you.
basically a bulldozer at this point. Plan once a harmless shrub has now completely changed. Touch of... So it's Slanesh who's turning all plants poisonous. Swelling its pulp and now oozing down the leaves in murky rivulets. The mutation looks like the result of some powerful sorcery.
I always have a backup plan.
Where's the next
What's a peculiar thing?
A mine! How strange.
I have a no...
The Emperor.
A rebel base mining the surrounding?
Duty prevails.
I'm sure Abelard would disapprove, but...
Onward. Join me in prayer.
I will lead us to fortune. Is there money to be made?
Vox Tower was assembled from parts clearly unintended for such a use. Among the support beams and plant steel, you see arches from containers and fasteners from Agris.
I always keep my options open.
They are dead. Who the funk it? Oh. Recoil gloves. I just...
Suffer not the heretic to live.
Once timid, it's a reticent seed of truly evil has taken root in them as well. Oh. Question mark. Well, what does it look like to you? Oh, we get a chance to position our characters. Well, oh, nope, that's... He probably wants to be fairly in their face. She probably doesn't. Abelard. Heinrich's just gonna take one for the team, I figure. Get him. Lacerax. You're sure these were timid creatures when they're already called Lacerax?
I'll make it happen.
As
Come
the
on.
Emperor commands, you, my Emperor!
Burn two of them.
I'll do it.
Pray, Argenta, pray!
Doubt is for the weak. I'll
Set
do
that
it.
one on fire as well. Just because.
Just a minor setback.
It's just a scratch, Abelard. It's gonna bonk. It's gonna bonk in an unfortunate way.
I will do my duty.
As will you, Heinrichs.
For the throne's glory.
Nice. Oh, that's not the one. That's the one I want.
Naturally.
buffed Abelard and the world grows dark. Knows of its impending doom.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
I just told you to shoot. A clearly dangerous animal. Please don't be like that. Oh yeah, stare at them. Stare at all three of them.
Victory is imminent.
That's a bit optimistic, Abelard, but
Indeed.
maybe.
On it. I'll see to it personally.
High momentum.
Burninate. She would find that funny. And then
As the Emperor commands,
menu
I
controls
act.
went hyperspeed.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Focus, Van Calox. Focus.
Oh, Abelard, you know what time it is.
It will be done.
As one. No, it's all too...
I will do my duty. It will be done. No matter the cost. Victory is imminent. It will be done.
Like break his
I will
legs.
do my duty. Target well struck.
One more. Just Abelard doing Abelard things.
Let's see to it.
Good job. Tynodux. Try not to keel over.
I understand your intent. I hear you moving. No more.
Good job.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Might be best to just have him cleave again.
I won't object to that.
High momentum.
That's good for his ego.
I feel the power surging.
Oh, that's gonna be real good for his ego.
For the throne's glory. I won't object to it.
Hey.
What ails?
I know how to take risks. Let us not dawdle.
Yep, something seems to be wrong with the local wildlife. This is really just a dead end.
Keep your wits about you.
Oh, so much for their reinforcements. Feels like there ought to be
Always keep your eye on the prize.
something else. can pretend we can use it from this side, but
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
well, let's go back. Climb down the.
Is there money to be made?
He does have a one-track mind. Money.
I always keep my options open.
Sure you do. Can't navigate.
Keep your wits about you.
Can't navigate a bush, but I always keep options open.
Let us not dawdle.
So, is there any?
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Collect the sharpshooter star.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Or is there something up? Is there something up there beside the ladder?
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
No,
I
don't.
always have a backup plan.
Just go up. Have a look.
Is there money to be made?
The Emperor sets my path.
Link.
What deeds await us?
Where is the?
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Oh, Xenolore. Didn't really pay attention. Look, that's more Xenolore.
I'm restless.
Let us not dawdle.
Sins hidden in.
What advice do you seek?
Just a med pack.
Let's patch you up.
Blessed be the hand of the healer.
Who of you has the highest Xenolore? 30, 70. He knows more about them than our Aeldari. Shouldn't have sent Argenta. Minus 170. That's a lost cause. I have a respectable 40. Well, let's collect
I always keep my options open.
our potential loot up here first.
Watch your steps.
You could have told me earlier.
Over there. Take
Always
heed,
keep
Rogue
your eye
Trader.
on the price.
No! Come on, people. Yeah.
The healing is much appreciated.
I align my path with yours.
The Emperor sets my path. The light of terror shines for us. I failed.
I noticed.
Never doubt me.
Sending mixed
Let's proceed.
You're sending mixed messages, Argenta.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Yeah, but I shouldn't doubt you, should I?
The burden of failure is the most terrible punishment. Onward. Sins hidden in the heart.
Fate and fortune favor the bold. Keep your wits about you.
Oh.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Useless.
A soldier would have been disciplined for
This task
such a
should have been
performance.
accomplished easily.
As it should be.
Of course, yeah.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Camera, please. Camera, please. How is it both too
Is
close
there money to be made?
and too far at the same time? Who of you... No, I need inventory. Who of you needs some new boots? Dodge into the... It's like, why do I... Why do I have stuff like that? And not equipped a boot on my Rogue Trader. 70 athletics. Heinrichs. 45. Sure. Oh, she. She probably only wants Aeldari stuff. It's gonna help him anyways. The Ancient Terra Monocle. Affect the very voice of command ability. Pirate scarf. Looks more like an eye patch than a scarf.
I always keep my options open.
Remember, innocence proves nothing. Easily done. I'm watching your back.
I always have a backup plan.
More Slaneshi intrusion.
Just as I planned.
Plant is covered in pulsating purple spots. Young shoots are clearly covered in similar marks. Clearly a sign of mutation, not a disease. Well,
keep your wits about you.
They have teeth. Which... Oh.
What is it? Will lead us to fortune.
Any botanist...
I won't let it define me. What do we have here?
A mine.
Let us not dawdle. I have a nose...
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows. The Emperor favors me today.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, what you got? Plasma grenade. A data slate. Kurt. I know it's been rough for you since the meeting in the ruins. By the ruins. First contact leaves an impression on everyone, but when I recommended you to the commander, I never thought you would have the stomach to Never thought you wouldn't have the stomach to process the truth. Think what you want, but I'm still your friend. I don't want anything to happen to you because of your own stupidity. I saw your bag with the pack of Nutriballs that our lads brought from the settlement, and if you thought no one would notice, a couple of clips missing from Torben's backpack, you thought wrong. I want to give you a chance. Return the goods. You know every Nutriball counts these days. The stuff that grows in the forest is no longer edible. We're in need of weapons more than ever. Decently bad autogun. A crack grenade. Ooh. Don't want the autogun. I'll take the rest.
Success is the only outcome I accept. I always keep my options open.
Aside from the 3 times where you
keep a sharp
fail.
eye.
The back of the corpse's head there is a strange marrow hole that does not look like it came from any conventional Imperial weapon. A hole like that could have been left by a thin blade piercing the skull.
Is there money to be made?
For Soriani and Drukari only.
Keep your wits about you.
Yep. Fellowship and Commerce. Nope. Have that. Perception and Agility. It's like, damn. What heavy injury did you get? Head trauma. Intelligence, perception, willpower, fellowship reduced by 50.
Let us not dawdle.
Well, luckily for us, it does not impact her vision in any shape or form. That's great. Oh, not.
Run, fools, or fall!
Aeldari knows what's up. Been ambushed. Battle begins. I'll shoot the
I
thing.
am not your Xenos pet monkey.
But you are my sniper, so stop complaining.
No! These ruby flashes are choking me!
It's not a good time to have a rest, Argenta.
Get me a target. Naturally.
Guess those two aren't large enough.
But of course, Lord Captain.
And I get on my gun.
I'll make it happen.
Like, just don't. Wow. Well, at least you didn't shoot Cassio. Here comes our hero. Can walk 2 miles around him.
It will be done. Indeed.
Even charge the other guy and get parried by his hind claw.
If I may.
It's like, eek!
If it serves your cause,
Rest
I'll
assured,
death
I'll
with
be
my
marking
hands.
this incident down.
She's shooting too well. Some shots are able to pierce enemies through and deal damage not to them, but also the character standing behind them. It's like, thanks game, I noticed. Next attack, yeah. Side. Can't.
If I must.
Aeldari parries like a boss.
I won't object to it.
Is that far enough?
Let's
Yes,
see
it
to
is. Swing again.
Naturally.
I'll do it.
Just pray, Argenta.
Doubt is for the weak.
Want you up here, please. Parried.
Who if not me?
Somebody else, definitely. %100 hit chance. And let's be honest.
We'll rule the stars themselves.
Aeldari to save the day.
At your beck and call. Grey hair, sure hand.
Power hammer.
You a target.
Your senator.
Remember,
Fate and fortune favor the bold.
My
Rise to the top or get
Let us
left
see
in the
what I
dust.
found.
a bomb.
I will lead us.
Stay.
Join me in prayer.
Several bombs. Boom.
Duty prevails. Never doubt me. I'm restless.
I always have a backup plan.
the Inquisition taught me many things.
Oh, that's a face. Depicts one of the gods of the Aeldari, an ancient Janus race that once inhabited vast regions of the galaxy. No.
I always
did
keep
it.
my options open.
Giant ravenous creature whose hide is pierced with spikes and spines. Skin around the growth is inflamed as if the protuberance have appeared recently, causing the creature pain.
Is there money to be made?
No, I wanted the items. We just want to talk, please. There's not much left from your rebellion anyway. Tall being in a fine long garment turns to you, their face hidden behind the blank visor of the helmet. When they begin to speak, even from a distance, you feel the air around the figure grow cold. Monkey should not be here. Moran, I'm calling you to account. You said that a great danger threatening the Lillifane lurked in the hearts of the Monkey, in their greed and ignorance. And all the while another enemy was looming over this world, an enemy whose tracks you should have seen in things to come. Slanesh, she who first is threatening this world, and you hid it from us. Answer me. Did you or did you not behold our greatest foe in the Lillifane future? Did you lie to me? After her words, the two Aeldari behind Muram start moving. One looks around at their leader, while the other lets out a cry, muffled under his visor. The rebel beside you cringes, as though the Aeldari's speech causes him pain. He strains to say something, but Muram makes an imperious gesture, and the soldier meekly straightens up and salutes, staring at the Janus with slavish devotion. You led the outcast. You left the path you was set for you. You brought unknown Monkey to our refuge, and now you speak to me with unseemly anger. Your long wanderings far from Krurach have altered your mind and tainted your sight. Always with the tainting. I'm not here. Me's before the Rogue Trader? Abelard, announce me. Stop pretending I'm not here. I've come to discuss the situation on Janus. Bring your entourage to heal Iliad the Outcast. Their mere presence offends my sensibilities. The least they can do is to display the obedience you have impressed upon our monkey servants. As the first person to discover the coming of Silent Flesh, one of those whom the monkey called Chaos Gods. Without him, I would still be deceived by your words about destiny and the true future. Monkey revealing paths? It's ludicrous. Monkey bring pain and strife. Monkey bring pain. Monkey bring strife. Monkey bring God. In our time and for all time, How can you trust a monkey after what they taught you? But and you brought Slaanesh. After hearing the sorrowful song of a dying world. It was not chance that brought Krura down. Monkey destroyed our ancient home, stripped us from our defenses, and doomed us to wander amidst the cold stars. The colors of these Xenos are painful to behold, but there's just as much pain in their hearts. Or could it be fear? Despair? Cannot tell. The hues are too strange, too. Ah! I was destroyed by humans as you claim. I imagine you gave them a perfectly good reason. Sorry to hear that your home was destroyed, but I wasn't there. No nothing. No nothing, Rogue Trader. Your tongues, he knows. The answer to the first one's probably just existing. This is a difficult one. That's too nice. Too goody two shoes. It wasn't me. I know nothing. Please don't project the sins of my forebears on me. Huh? That's a bit too dogmatic. So you probably gave him a good reason. Or it could be that your uncontrollable hunger to destroy everything in your path reigns over your every thought and deed. You're playing with words and avoiding the question. Desperation and rage are creeping into Irileth's voice now. The Lilithane is under the threat from our eternal foe, and yet you're more concerned about the presence of an Elantach than the corruption that is flowing through the veins of this world. Did you never consider that your war might simply be hastening Slaanesh's triumph? Perhaps the ruler's servants, in their efforts to protect her, will resort to more and more instruments of corruption. It's down over it. Well, they're pretty far away to be leaning down. You left Krura in your darkest hour to gratify your ego. You came to us under Lilithane, and I accepted you as one of our own. I even gave you a real purpose, Iliad the Outcast, and you dare insult me? A farce here. It was a mistake to let you into our circle. You have turned your efforts to survive into dust with your own hands. I am a child of Asuya, Moran, not a plaything of the cold hands of fate, which you claim speaks through your mouth. My choice of path is no worse than yours or any other Aeldari's. My path calls me to fight our true enemies, not eradicate the monkey. But come soon I will stand with them, till this Elantach can see that you are blind too, Farseer. Aeldari defeat our arch enemy, but first he must deal with rebellions. Tempest and try to speak calmly about it. Bother to pull his head out of his arm. That's more, but see a little more if you bother to pull his head. Yeah, that's probably the one that's most in line with him. Willing to help the Aeldari defeat the archenemy, but first you must deal with the rebellions you have been orchestrating. So Iliad the Outcast has revealed our secret to you? I am sure you have something to say in that regard, monkey. Quite heretical. Let's see, every breath your kinsman takes is riddled with corruption. Not enough talking. If Janus refused to bow down before the Rogue Trader, will leave your choice to kill him. I am a Rogue Trader. It is against the arch enemy. I'm sure Argenta is gonna have a fit. The name of that danger is Monkey, and I will see to it that the Lilithane is purged of those defiling her face. Then again, there's one way to prove to me that the Monkey truly do care about the well-being of the captured world. Eliminate the ruler of the Monkeys sojourning on the Lilithane and relinquish the governing of this world to me and my kin. The Lilithane herself will stand as surety for our agreement. as will your compatriots who live on it, and the profit that you will gain by tilling the maiden world. Our human helpers will replace the leaders of the monkey. We are the ones to govern the Lillithane from the shadows. Putting Xenos at the head of Imperial planet is suicide. It's not my intention to have my brothers and sisters sit on the council, monkey. The role will be played by humans. You may choose whoever you wish for this task, as long as they remember who stands behind them and heed our direction. Oh, this is gonna go so wrong. Suppose my demands can be considered as a gift for the likes of you. You wish for anything better than the Aeldari stewards to rule over monkey without bloodshed. Can't convince your kinsman, but I know you are on my side. Will you help me save a little from the true enemy? Can't give Janus to the Aeldari. Human will only be ruled by humans, but I promise that no harm will come to you. It's a low chance, but we might try. Shall do things another way. Shall grant my protection to this form of alliance between Xenos and representatives of humanity. Together we shall destroy this Tensa and such. Flourish in Janus under my patronage. Kinda also works. Shall do things another way. That seems the most sensible. This is a gross violation of every sacred covenant of the Imperium. I do not know, Melanchor, what dictates this willfulness, but I promise you, Janus will face the most serious consequences. An alliance? That's how you interpreted what I said. Then again, if you prefer that word, let us call it an alliance. Protect the Lillithane, but we will do so without violence. We will work for the interests of our race and our world through trust, monkey. We will remain in the shadows of the forest. This will be safer for everyone. The Lillithane remains in our charge. I am willing to come to an agreement. We will not lose another kinsman. We will be able to tend to this world, which has suffered so many years under humanity's yoke. As regards the ruling monkey, we will help you. That's good, that's good. Our commanders should stay in charge. They'll know what to do. They'll know what's best, what pleases the God Emperor. Wait, Elantach. Before you leave this forest forever, take me with you to the distant suns. The tale of the children of Asuri and of the Lillithane is coming to an end. But somewhere out there, among the cold stars of the cosmos that your kind call the Expanse, they are ever deprived of home, lost and suffering. I shall have you. Can help each other, one another, Elantach. Will be my wings, and I your wounding spear, your voice of reason, should you encounter my kin. That is still not enough. Your wondrous reward, Elantach, the treasure of my world hidden in the vastness of space, in exchange for the rescue of my kin. Remain true to your word and do not go back on our covenant. And your kin from Janus do not object to sending you? Throne knows where to look for the survivors of your own? Always wanted to add Xenos. Honored to welcome Aeldari. Do not lack for boldness. Even your request is worded not as a plea, but a treaty. But I like it, so we have a deal. I like it. Well, Elantach. Melanchor, yes. I'm tired of titles and designations, my own and others. Since your path lies beyond the limits of the Lillithane, I will go with you, to search for others for my kind, scattered among the stars. Perhaps you will greet me more warmly than this brood. Harem size increased. Remember your promise, Elantach. When we leave the Lilithane, it will be to go to the distant stars. Moran saw them in his visions, and they sang mournful songs about the fate of my people. Fight beside you until the song of the stars turns to a funeral lament.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
An enemy leveled again. Oh, more goods.
Let us not dawdle.
I mean, we could have done this without killing 2 full encampments of rebels, but hey. Heinrichs is gonna have a... Surprisingly enough... Bounty Hunter simultaneously makes several attacks. The number of attacks is equal to the number of prey in combat. These attacks are equally divided among all prey in the Bounty Hunter's line of sight. The attack always hit and always score critical. Ooh. Unyielding Guard. Until the next turn, the Vanguard attacks each enemy that attacks the Vanguard's allies and feast areas around the Vanguard. Additionally, until the next turn, the Vanguard always retaliates when attacked. Heinrichs is gonna have a steady superiority. Until the end of combat, the Arch-Militant can make 1 additional attack each turn. Turn the Heroic Ant was used. The first attack after using this ability in each turn afterwards costs 0 AP. That seems pretty good. Got the same thing, naturally. She got Dispatch. Makes an attack with a current weapon against the enemy. This attack cannot miss and deals plus 50% damage. Also deals additional damage equal to target's missing wounds. So it's a finisher. It hasn't dodge reduction, armor penetration, parry reduction are doubled for this attack. It's gonna be good. Orchestrated Firestorm. Master Technician selects 3x3 zone on the battlefield. All allies, including the Master Technician, have line of sight on the enemy. Inside the select zone, make an immediate single attack against a random enemy from the zone. That's kind of cool. And Argenta. More Wild Hunt. Which I already did first.
I always have a backup plan.
Look,
I know how to take risks. Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
Want fulfillment of the vow, monkey. Gonna have to pull Heinrichs aside. That dealing with Xenos is perfectly within my right.
Is there money to be made?
Games like, yo. It's not... Okay. Why is it so difficult to leave maps? So difficult. I probably should rein myself a little bit in, because I think he's gonna have him. I'm sure he's gonna have a moment where he's gonna just flat out rebel against me. Go to the bridge and check on him.
To what do I owe this visit?
What's the nature of your vision?
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
Okay. Oh yeah, Mike. Damn it. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust now it would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. With a chance to assist the Inquisition with inquiries on Kalox. Do not object to you personally, but I find the continuous presence of an Inquisition agent on my side slightly unnerving. No, I want him on my side. I should have had a say in the matter. No. I welcome the chance to help you. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. To business, then. The Cult of the Final Dawn. The madman preached a heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Coronis Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne and humanity. One such crime took place in our protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the Rogue Trader on a voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of our domain. Chaos Cult in my protectorate. Heinrichs, are you laying an accusation against my dynasty? The Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter that he's willing to show lenience towards my actions. You have spies on Ivan Valencia's world. He was actually investigating a Chaos Cult. That is a good question. To know more about this cult of the Final Dawn? Well, tell me why. You're well versed in how the Inquisition is organized. It actually was my pirate queen smuggler hiding under my table? Don't ask. You are well versed in how the Inquisition is organized, Melancholy. Yes, initially your arrival on the Coronis Expanse was dictated by the need to fight Xenos. But there is more. The cult is intangibly related to the main specialization. The cult is tangentially related to my main specialization. Perhaps I will be able to reveal the full truth someday, but right now I ask you to display humility and patience. Is this an accusation? Chaos treads softly, Melancholy. The main danger of secret cults and sects is that they are like seeds. They cannot remain in the ground for decades, safe from all scrutiny, until an opportunity to sprout, grow, and bear monstrous fruit presents itself. The emergence of a cult of one of the Rogue Trader's planets does not mean a dynasty had itself. It is a chaos worship. Having said that, it should be noted that Theodora von Valancius was famous for her loose interpretation of the freedoms granted by the warrant. A bloodline can be stained by ancestral transgressions. It is indeed so. It is in your best interest to do what is necessary to redeem yourself, and then perhaps you will get a chance to salvage your dynasty's reputation. But Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter he was going to be lenient. That's correct. I would show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed Rogue Trader. To be frank, I'm surprised the Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge the weaknesses of soul and mind, even as someone has only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. Can you tell me about the cult? Chaos worshippers, most often agents of the throne, run into lone renegades stirring up a rabble. Insane prophets and hysteric visionaries preaching the end of days. A passing comet, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort and blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne was spent before the establishment of the connection between those heretics. However, the Cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Coronis Expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people of the Imperial worlds. There's a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close. And finally, they have enough military power to have had the 2 ships we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. The growing difficulty is making warp gem in making warp gems is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. After the events on Rykot Manoris, I suspect the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain, but the latest reports indicate it is your protectorate is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. So I have spies on my walls. The person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary in the Administratum Department on Dargonus. The planet's governor and Theodora are fully aware of his status. His duty is to fulfill the sacred oath to the Golden Throne and eliminate threats to the Imperium, which the Coronis Expanse has in abundance. His name is Achilles Scalando. As soon as you contact Dargonus, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. I'm sure you will appreciate the presence of such an advisor amongst your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words, at least occasionally. So, that's all great. Anything else? The Rogue Trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be frank, the answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destructions. Having our plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems on the Coronis Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. Anyone know their way around the world? Someone's chaos. Can't use that one right now again. That's... Oh, you met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykot Minoris. Thankfully, just a single one. I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later, Melanchor. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. These traitors seldom show up alone. The best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of them, and not an entire company. Oh, don't jinx it, Heinrichs. So, if it has fallen to heresy, what then? Again proposed we destroy an entire planet? On Rykot Manoris, you made a decision that sent billions of souls into the grasp of the archenemy. An unreasonable and unforgettable high price for a small handful of people saved by your mercy. Do I consider it a worthy exchange? I most certainly do not. Will make every effort to make such an exchange does not happen again. Of course, I will. Sentimentally, it is a luxury I cannot afford. Sentimentality. Oh, did not stop me after all. I do not believe you lack compassion. Did not stop me. I haven't said I would not like to be able to afford such luxury. In fact, deep down I understand why you acted that way. We had to eliminate the understanding and acceptance within myself. But I will. Okay. What about the Drokari? One of the branches of the Aeldari, an ancient and vicious Xenos race. Those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids for the simple reason that their victims are not killed outright, but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drokari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captors with uncanny expertise. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technology greatly surpasses the capabilities of standard Imperium Augur arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a world or a ship, no. They only want fresh victims. After filling their holds of living captors, they disappear into the webway, a different dimension which conceals the greatest stronghold, Kamora, the dark city of the Drokari from which none can hope to escape. I do not know why the Drokari stole Rykot's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played to the arch-enemy's designs. Or perhaps Aurora's divinations, in fact, describe the Drukhari actions. There's only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There's no alliance between the cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. Well, if there is any Xeno faction, I just stopped myself. The Drukhari are one of the least likely to ever follow follow chaos. I ventured along, and well, the Necrons wouldn't, the Tyranids wouldn't, the Aeldari wouldn't. Tau in theory also wouldn't, but then again, never quite know. So, Orcs wouldn't really. Well, Heinrichs, you once promised me to entertain me with a compelling conversation. Surely this is not it. Do remember our exchange. For the time being, however, I would prefer to focus on my direct responsibilities. Perhaps later, after Kiavagama. Thank you for sparing the time, Lord Captain. Yep. So now I have an interesting... That's an orc skull. Light gleaming of the polished skull of some unknown Xenos makes it seem like the bony face is mocking you. That's supposed to be an unknown Xenos. That looks like an orc. That looks like an orc skull. Here's the bridge. Your Lordship. Heinrichs. Abelord. Idiot. Doing here, Altana. You have strayed from your path. It's time to head back to Janus. You have not strayed from our path. You are trying to just...
Allow me to thank you again for helping me with the cargo, Shireen. I am sure the Ashmags who squirreled away my goods won't give up so easily, and I'll hear more about their scheming yet. Let's strike a deal, Shireen. I will watch your back, if you do me a favor and watch mine. Well, enough jokes. Is there something you wanted?
Did you know, Theodora?
It is difficult not to be aware of the powers that be, especially ones like Lord Captain Theodora. But we never met personally, as the difference between our positions was far too great. Theodora was a mighty ruler, the center of her own universe. And I, a pathetic commoner, was nothing next to her. But you were kind to me, Shireen. And in my eyes, that puts you above your esteemed aunt, or whoever she was to you.
Keep using words I don't know.
The language on Ifrit, my home world, is quite different from the one spoken in the Coronis Expanse. We bestow more than one meaning upon each word, allowing our wise men to fully express their sagacious thoughts, and us lowly commoners our base passions and desires. Take Aji, for example. That is what I call every piece of scum and villain, because Aji means evil and foe and pathetic worm unworthy of consideration. Or take Ashmag. It means fool and little brother and blind man who stumbled and would fall into a pit without guidance. Shireen means friend and comrade and roommate in a battle formation, like we are.
You don't look like a smuggler.
No truer words have ever been said. I'm far more exciting than some small-time peddlers from Footfall. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Jai Amira Fatqin Tamiri Ash Ifrit, the 12th daughter of the Lord of Ifrit, a distant world at the fringes of the Imperium.
Okay.
The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was an entire world of opportunities beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape the planet. Which I did a long time ago.
Going by your implants.
Consider it a mark of my trade. This year, Xenos. Dumb-headed orcs. Who knew that we weren't the only ones to get tempted by the wreck of that raider? As for this treasure, I received it as a reward for a life that had been just a little too good. I was in a hurry to get to the Adeptus Amasacus after the Exalted One blessed me with immense wealth. I was 2 backstreets away from the den when a pathetic ashmag attacked me, envious of somebody else's fortune.
A familiar of implants like the one that has replaced her neck. It is merely one part of a massive augmentation replacing the eternal organs. A slit throat could not have been the cause for installing such a sophisticated device. Well, thanks for sharing.
All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
Oh yeah? Well, I'll see you around.
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
She's coming on to me. Where is Zidira? It's down here, isn't she? Yeah. No, I don't want to talk to the servitor. Her lips curve into a smile and she nods at something over your shoulder. Got any new augury?
All right, let's hear what they're whispering about you. An ancient world with a riven heart. Find the path to it, and its riches will be yours. But paths there are two, and both will cloak you in disgrace, and neither is what it seems. What will you choose, Rogue Trader? The fall of the Empyrean, or the fall of the dead gods?
Any ever the Sea of Souls or warp space?
In the cradle of your ancestors, a black dragon hungers, cunning and spitting venom. Many paths lead from home, but only one leads back to it, black and full of sorrow. When you start along the path, make haste. Make haste. Another road. The road begins at the threshold of the expanse and leads to the bowels of the emerging worlds. Reading the threads of fate is not meant for you, slave of the enthroned corpse. Step into the embrace of doom, for thus was it preordained by the architect of fates.
You okay now?
That wasn't me. I swear on everything that's holy. I don't know what the second road is or who watches over it, but I beg you, stay away from it.
Well, thanks.
Of course. Always. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in. Of course.
Okay. Well, she got a little too close to Zinch on the last one. First one's Janus, the second one's our home world, the third one's Gargamo. Fairly obvious. All the rivets. Well, let's head back to the governor's estate. Sure we want Heinrich's. This feels like the setup I want at this point. Quickly called me a cattail. She wasn't impressed. She's currently cleaning. Live to serve, your lordship.
Always keep your eye on the price.
The biggest issue, I guess, at this point, is that I don't have...
I always keep my options open.
Sensible replacement for the governess. Veil degradation. Probably. Oh, that's the wrong one. Question is, can you use a melter? Hand flamer. Unfading. That's her bolter. Prisoner shank. Negotiator pistol. Power maul. Power mauls are nice. Great sword, chainsword, bolt pistol. No, she cannot. Abelard, how about you? He can use a melter. Ooh. It's probably a good ult for him to have. The crack grenades are wasted on him, most likely. Heinrich's pro needs something else to do. How many do I have? Yikes.
Let us not dawdle. I always have a backup plan.
There's clearly more to this map.
Is there money to be made?
Lord von Valancius, we are most delighted to welcome you as a guest. Would your lordship prefer to speak with the governor alone or with your entourage? My entourage will accompany me. There's no reason to leave them out. Is that a force field? Deign me to pay me a visit? To what do I owe the pleasure? Oddities. Forcing settlements to pay their tithes and human bodies. Tech priest mentioned ancient ruins belong to Janus. Well, you neglected to mention the changes in the flora and fauna. The Margos is a very wise man, but his fixation on the evolutionary process seems a little extreme to me. Janus was heavily cultivated. Forests were cleared and mountains raised across half the planet. It's no surprise they are still noticing the consequences of those changes. It's possible that the plant mutations are connected to a waste runoff from the harvesting equipment. The changes in wildlife behavior could be a reaction to the expansion of the cultivated area. Are you surprised by my knowledge of the topic? A whole dynasty has dedicated themselves to taming Janus, this plentiful yet stubborn planet. Every member of the White bloodline is versed in the fundamentals of planetary engineering and its consequences. Who's that woman? One of my ladies in waiting, Amelia. She performs secretarial duties and helps me to remain in constant contact with those families who are most responsible for the productivity and prosperity of Janus. trust my advisors implicitly, and over time Amelia has become not merely a faithful companion, but almost my shadow. Losing her would be like losing my right hand, she laughs. To bathe in the light of your greatness is a true honor, Rogue Trader. So, what's with the people? I don't deny it. Some of our experiments exact a higher toll on the population than others. You see, recently one of the noble families of Janus has taken on the difficult task of enhancing the attributes of our workers. So far it has involved introducing experimental supplements to their food and mental conditioning in monitored settlements. Sometimes procedures are disrupted, and part of the population suffers from side effects. The specialists of the Gravas family would be better placed to inform you on the topic, but alas, they're currently engaged in the field. So you have settlements pay their tithes in humans. What? Really? Malincor, you speak as if you actually believe the claims of those wretched peasants. I do not ask anyone to pay the tithes in human bodies. I am reducing the burden on the settlements which have suffered as a result of unsuccessful experiments involving enriched food, gathering the worst affected subjects, those who are no longer capable of work for further study. Some among my circle would cause such concern for the underclass a weakness which may have incited rebellion among the emboldened rabble. Theobald and Felic tried to limit the effects of my powers had on the Lobo and servants of York 5. The station's laboratoriums ran experiments on those who had the misfortune of losing their minds because of my gift. These tests increased our servants' lifespan, and then they joined Fennec's side. Tech Priest mentioned ancient ruins. I know to what you're referring. Strange structures of unknown material. For the prevention of any unfortunate accidents, I ordered the area to be cleared out of the bounds for out of bounds for all. Declared out of bounds for all. Some things are better off left under a thick layer of dirt, beyond the grasp even the enlightened minds of the Adeptus Mechanicus. So I found those rebels. Have you really, your lordship? And what have you learned? As I waste time on chatter, you are a servant of the archenemy. What? No! Wove me your web of deceit in vain, and you no longer hide behind the veil of ignorance. Malincor has seen the evidence of your deeds, heard the cries of the tormented Lilithane, walked amidst the decay that you brought to the maiden world. Enough of your lies, chaos wretch. Idiot! How dare you, you filthy vermin? Have you flayed for that outburst? Your lordship, what is going on? The colors are darting to and fro like startled shadows. The colors know that they are a veil that stands between the soul of the truth and the truth. The veil fall, all will turn red and purple. Even now I can already see the muted purple seeping through. Repeat myself. It is beneath your dignity of a governor to squirm so pathetically. You dare lie to me. It's beneath the dignity of a governor to squirm so pathetically. Her crack. I, daughter of House Wyatt, governor of Janus, and citizen of the Imperium, serve no other than the Emperor and the von Valencius dynasty. And what are you accusing me of? It's merely a tool at my disposal. A tool that I have the power and courage to use. Think ordinary methods would have been enough to tame this demented planet? No, my family struggled for decades to subdue Janus once and for all. It was all in vain. Loyal servants to those families who have resided on Janus for centuries helped me to unlock the new source of power. Ancient knowledge secretly passed down from generation to generation, accessible to a select few, and which grant power over nature itself. How could I reject it? How could I undo all the work of my predecessors, who were entrusted of Janus, who faithfully served the von Valencius dynasty, and who, with a madman's obsessiveness, hewed the rock into a stunning diamond? 2 days spent among the initiated was enough for me to start hearing the voices of angels in my ears. Angels who gifted me the keys to conquering the world. And before you offend my ears with more accusations of more admonitions, remember who has dutifully served your dynasty all these years. Remember who has devoted her life to turning Janus into a primary source of wealth in your protectorate. Remember to whom your predecessors entrusted one of her most valuable worlds, without fear of treachery or conspiracy. Without my service, my sacrifice, Janus would be nothing. An explanation unworthy of the world's governor. You expect to be rewarded for faithful service and boast about a sacrifice you should never have made? The world has turned its back on you, Vistenza, and now so has the God Emperor. What more proof do you need, Aeldari? The monkey has confessed to her handiwork. Destroying his world. Theodora knew about your inclination. The name of the Emperor. Hopefully Heinrich's approve of this. The name of the Emperor, I, Rogue Trader of the Von Valencius dynasty, sentence you, Vistenza, Janus Viat ab Aram of Coronus, to death. I want to know. I would like to know about this. Ah, it's nice. It's not gonna just. Did you know? She owned this planet for many decades. She probably did pick up the logo Gentry's quirks. But she asked me outright what I'm doing now? No, your predecessor was much more interested in supplies and tithes, which I provided without fail. The name of the Emperor, I, Rogue Trader of the Von Valencius dynasty, sentence you, Vicentor Janus Viat von Aram of Coronus, to death. You made a mistake in thinking that anyone would come to your aid on my world. Servants, to me!
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Remove the obstacle.
This is intriguing.
No.
Fate of
You join me in prayer. Blessed be the road that we take.
Hand bolter? A bolt pistol.
I better myself through my service.
That was quite
Sins hidden in the heart.
I'm at your service.
I always keep my options open.
Let me help.
Injuries will not slow me.
We are the spear.
What will lead us to fortune?
It was quite a jump scare.
Let us not dawdle. I'll learn from this mistake.
Guys,
keep your wits about you. That's how it's done.
Fine. So, what manner of ruinous powers have you created? Oh, it's a man harp. Aeldari, avert your eyes.
Is there money to be made?
I'll make an example out of you!
Maid of honor. Corrupted noble. It's a man harp. Intoxicated noble. Take it we don't want to go down there. Juliet. Abelard. sure. Don't make another one. There's quite a few of them.
This tedium is beneath me. I will not.
Like, don't attack a Genta.
It will be done. I took care of this one.
Good job, Abelard.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate you.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
5 million actions.
Isn't this a job for the serfs, as duty demands? I'm afraid not. Do not dare ask. That is foolishness.
Free demonettes.
Temporary setback.
Just keep. He just keeps going. Death awakens. War calls. And another one. Abelard, you need to. Good job. That's how you do it, Abelard. It's like, please dodge this.
I will do my duty.
I am unsatisfied.
Oh, you know.
It will be done.
Let's see.
No matter the cost.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
I believe it.
Back and call.
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it. You, my emperor! Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. That is not the Emperor's will. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Mm-hmm.
Doubt is for the weak.
Come.
I am a navigator, not a... I'm afraid not. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Really? Good old 95%.
Let's see to it. I won't object to it.
It's like hit chance, please. So where's... Can I actually see her?
I'll see to it personally. I've faced worse than this.
My soul shall become like fire.
Don't shoot, Abelard.
I am unsatisfied.
Don't you dare leave us now!
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'll return this favor tenfold.
I'll do it.
I am unsatisfied.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered. Another foe painted black. If I may?
It's as good as done.
Yeah, 8 damage.
For the throne's glory.
Have another bomb.
The brink of agony.
I won't object to it.
Do need to get rid of her.
Who, if not me?
Maybe somebody who could hit.
My soul sings in ecstasy.
Get to the heretics!
She is just going at it, isn't she? Have another Demonet?
I understand your intent.
A pitiful attempt.
Me? If you insist, try to die with grace at least.
I am not your Xenos pet, Mon. Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, Lord Captain. Nothing stands against me. I won't object to it.
On it.
Nah.
I'll see to it personally.
What?
This is just too much for me.
He really just tried his best to kill my...
This tedium is beneath me.
Stop trying to kill my navigator. 95% hit chance, yeah, 95%.
Emperor, give me strength. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Need to get rid of the demonette.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I need a foothold.
You need so much more, Heinrichs.
Naturally.
I won't compromise my principles. It's as good as done. I'll see to it personally. On it.
Whoa. Just gonna make another. Need to keep dodging, my man. Please, Heinrichs parry. Thank you.
Swift and silent.
Okay. Okay.
I am unsatisfied.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
To the brink of agony.
If I may.
I'll make it happen.
Let's see to it. I won't go down easy. But of course, Lord Captain.
Oof.
I'm ready for whatever comes. My gut tells me it's a bad idea. Who, if not me? I'll see to it personally.
Heal my wounds.
Yeah, just grenade your own guy. No.
The ancestors.
Come. Attack, perfect shot. What?
No more.
Oh, that's very helpful.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If only that were possible. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
For the throne's glory.
Considered for a moment.
Someone's death wish is mine to grant. Naturally. Let's see to it. But of course, Lord Captain. Let's see to it. Nothing stands against me.
0 damage. Horrors of the Warp. Force Field. 50% chance to absorb all incoming damage. That doesn't look like It didn't feel like 50%. Didn't feel like 50% at all.
Naturally. The Inquisition sends their regards.
So you just had to read the tooltip.
Holy terror!
Nope.
Smite your enemies.
It's gonna.
I'll make it happen.
You should have thought twice before crossing me.
It's as good as done.
Oh, I need to be careful. He's gonna kill me. Otherwise.
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
You are not. Oh, that's mean. She lowers her weapon, but it shows her intense. She finally catches her breath, shaking her hair out of her face, and a fluid motion looks at you. You've done your duty, Alanta. From now on, the Lilithane has hope for the future. A future without Slantrash and her followers. This world has yet to be cleansed, but there is a time for everything. Now is the time to thank you. She bows her head. I doubt Xenos are capable of eliminating heresy on a planet, Melanchor. But in a situation of limited resources, Throne preserve me if I ever repeat this sentiment, but the Aeldari's resistance is the best you can hope for in the short term, bearing a radical solution to the problem. He can't afford to blow up every planet of mine. Hope that's the last we'll hear about cultists. So the heretic is dead, what now? There's no doubt that our visit has stirred up the inhabitants of this place, but it is unlikely that a devotion to she who first will outweigh their fear of your authority, whatever is based on in your society. You have nothing to fear. Well, you say that. What about you, Anta? Will you return to the skies, to the blackness amidst the stars, to seek a way through the gloom and tread the paths of more and more new worlds? Will we ever meet again? I thought you'd come along. Well, I was under the impression you were part of my retinue already. Go with you, perhaps. That way I could search for traces of my kin who survived. The game seems confused. Xenos and retinue of a rogue trader is an acceptable precedent, although highly undesirable and fraught with danger. If you truly cared for the Elantach, you wouldn't be following him. You would have thrown yourself into the abyss long ago. You are a canker and the jaws of Salantash John wide within you. Don't talk to me about dangers. You, a monkey who has no notion of what it is he's playing with. Well, Elantach, since you will supersede human laws on Xenos, I will face no reprisals while I am by your side. I accept your offer. Did the game forget? Did I manage to choose a storyline where you had to ask her twice? Forget what promised. Well, I'm...
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
What advice do you seek?
Don't seek advice, I seek your medkit for a navigator.
We'll make a fine scar. Your senator.
Let's not waste time with pleasantries.
What do you have? Force a light carapace unit. Okay. A needle pistol. A signet ring. And a sinister diary. Shall take all of it.
I always have a backup plan.
Goods. How big is this place? Decently big.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Oh, that's an actual bolter. It's not better than Argentas, I don't think, but...
Let us not dawdle. Is there money to be made?
This is poisonous. Surprisingly so, it isn't. Tome of Excess. More damage from size and never get a powers.
Keep your wits about you.
Can't imagine that's really worth it.
I always keep my options open.
I'm gonna commend the Aeldari to actually helping. Oh, what's in this place?
I sense something nearby.
Rise to the top or get left in the dust.
What?
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay. The light of terror shines for us.
Trapped his arm.
The Emperor favors me today. I'm restless.
Let us not dawdle.
Join you.
I know how to take risks.
I know how to take books. Oh. Power grips. Okay.
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Quest item. Filius notes.
Just as I planned.
Ooh. Plastic crystal cores, just random.
Keep your wits about you.
Stuff. Well, that's wrong menu. Inventory. Strange skull. Yeah, I might just be a normal skull then. To be an aristocrat is to exist in a higher state of being without a doubt. Each of us born to realize one supreme purpose, to lead humanity to perfection through our example. Perfection which the lesser beings have forgotten in the endless cycles of war and service. Only by attending to their physical, intellectual, and spiritual needs can an aristocrat fully devote themselves to that for which they were born. Creative passion. Whether it be fine arts, the written word, government, or other more refined spheres of worldly knowledges. An aristocrat's passion is in itself a virtue and the highest good. An aristocrat must satisfy these needs by any means open to them. Nothing stimulates the very mind like fine amasec and a good flogging, or enjoyment of carnal pleasures with women, men, and animals. In the thrill of passion, an aristocrat is at liberty to torture or maim the object of their desire. If the clergy frown upon such an act, repent, atone for their apostasy of jewels, and forgive them their closed minds, for only an aristocrat is given to understand that such acts are in service of a grand purpose. Should an aristocrat deliberately curtail their own desires in some way and fail to appreciate the gifts granted to them as one of nature's higher beings, then in what way do they differ from the dust beneath one's feet, from the mindless beast, or from the crude, deceitful, useless rabble? Such a pretender is an agonizing stain on our noble society, and it behooves every true aristocrat to return to our lost brother to the fold, or stamp out the contemptible life as gladly as we might crush a vexatious bug beneath our boot.
I always keep my options open.
Oh, that's where she got her attitude from. Just a cage.
Is there money to be made?
Just a random cage. Your lord, what happened? Where's Lady White? He stares at Aeldari in horror. His face twists, but he cannot seem to get out a single word. She's been executed as a traitor of the Imperium. Her accomplices must be found and put to death immediately. Oh no, oh no, heresy. Heresy and Janus. May the God Emperor watch over us. Whatever the governor did, I had no knowledge of it. We will root out those who colluded with her right away. Begins to speak, but thinks better of it, instead choosing to step aside and bow his head as he pass.
I always have a backup plan.
What a relief. Sounded like shooting, didn't it? Why, yes.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Yes, it did. This feels like there should be something on the other side of this door.
Let us not dawdle.
I shall dawdle whenever I wish to dawdle. Hoof.
I always keep my options open.
Gonna need a new governor. Your lordship, speaking with you is always an honor.
Keep your wits about you.
I really can only go to my void ship? Well, apparently we're going back to the ship. Oh, we now have control of the granaries of Janus. The promise of help given to the leisure footfall of Vladimir Tokara can now be fulfilled, should the rogue trader so desire. 5 profit factor. But send supplies, allowing the righteous incendiary order to restore imperial order on the lawless station. Allow the servants of the Archemy to prepare the special cargo for the filing of footfall. Send the provisions. Juggle heat. Solve the crisis on Janus. Okay. The inhabitants of Footfall Station will praise the rogue trader who spared them the painful choice between starvation and succumbing to the reign of incendiary order. To welcome the new rogue trader, the Adeptus Mechanicus' planetary offers brought to the ship an offering of several versatile macro combines. Ancient machines whose carcasses had been found in Janus and carefully restored, the sacred steel titans will serve the Von Valancius dynasty. Well, so what are we going to build? Tears of Repentance. Starblight. What is that? All creatures that enter the area of effect created by this grenade must pass toughness. Replenishing 5. Chemicals and provisions. Well. Many Chem Princes. Many planetary aristocrats have stained themselves with incompetence and lost their titles. A new nobility of Chem Princes will be created of subjects who prove capable in science and governance. Those who succeed in wise managing the agri-complex fief, strictly maintaining obedience among the commoners and increasing the output of rare organic chemicals will keep their positions. Or Old Requisitors. In the days of the mutiny, many among Janus' pampered nobility fled the planet. They are to be replaced with more enterprising servants. A small but ambitious syndicate belonging to the Casbali Commission has contracted the Rogue Trader with a lowly request to entrust the governance of Janus to them. Vladaim Tokara pushing all of his competitors out of the coal trade. They are hoping to change their line of business and become dignified aristocrats serving House One Valencius. Complacency. Xenotech. Or Sophocracy. Janus is ailing, and who better to cure than the sage genitors of the Magos Biologists. Management of the agri-complexes will be taken away from the aristocrats and handed over to the servants of the Omnisire, who synchronize their operations for the benefit of the planet. Paxium Stimulant. Replenishing. Efficiency among the amount of resources by the colony and for provision. Security is also nice, though. Much less provisions. Not sure about Xenotech. Doesn't seem like a good idea necessarily. The Omnisire feels like a good choice simply because the amount of food they're gonna produce. But I think the additional security is gonna be helpful long term. Also, that's probably a Iconoclast one. Execute the reaping. Go to hold the planet's further expanse. Gargantuan tracked mega harvesters will come to their aid. So let them build. We have people. Fausto and Janus. Provisions. Chemicals. That will go up. Plasteel. Promethium. Weapons. Xenotech. Adamantine. Phlogiston. And our profit factor. Strict Yerk Vibe for anything of value. +2 just from Aeldari. Gonna go to the bridge real quick. And then I think I'm gonna leave it at that. talk to a new member of the retinue. Whiteship Bridge. When in doubt, save. That is a good tip. Should always follow. High Throne. Shrine. There's no thrones and bribes to greedy ecclesiarch officials. And loads of stuff. Phlogiston. Well managed. Now, where is my elf? Hi. Stands out in a surrounding like a Janusian jungle tree in a garden of manicured topiary, unsettling beauty and alluring otherness. In her posture, her gestures, her piercing stare that radiates from the Aeldari. I stand worthy discussing your world and your kin. She nods curtly. What do you think is happening on Janus?
The Lilithorn is purifying herself of the corruption brought by the servants of Cylon Thresh. Gardens and birds, animals and people. Many are gone forever, and even more are corrupted beyond healing. But the Lilithorn is stronger. This world will live.
Okay.
My kin are probably still looking for a means to enter the webway. May the Lilithorn spirit aid them in this endeavor. Beyond the gate lies salvation, and perhaps even knowledge about the fate of Krudarok and the remaining survivors.
Good luck. Well, see you in a bit. Isn't that Pascal? No? Abelard? Good on you. Heinrichs?
To what do I owe this visit?
Board of Iliad. I'd like to hand the Xenos of the Inquisition. No? How about not? Argenta, how are you doing?
Lord Captain, your presence is welcome. And I wish to apologize for my prior coldness. After our first meeting, I was concerned that you would turn out to be another faithless offshoot of the von Valancius dynasty, like the traitor Conrad. But now I see before me a worthy leader and servant of the Imperium. I am glad to accompany you in your endeavors.
Okay. That's nice. Hello, Cassio.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
About how
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
Seems I have just activated the cat with a swipe of my hand. Is this Osseria prophecy system named after your ancestor?
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide. because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator. By all means.
See ya.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Well, I did just activate the cat. But I think that's enough reading for today. Ew. That's... before I take a wrong turn and end on another... or... in another choose-your-own-adventure book. Well, we managed to find our first... the first of the 3 worlds that are... oh, almost bonked the cat now, because he suddenly materialized right next to me as I was stretching. Yeah, we found the first of the 3 planets. It's looking good, hey! Of course, if on the calmest and most obviously loyal planets, we find the steeping or stomping grounds of heresy underneath said calm visage. Well, there's no hope that the others aren't gonna be like that as well. There's gonna be corruption in my throne city just because it's a new rogue trader and nobody likes me. They all want to usurp me. Everybody wants me dead. I'm sure that's gonna be that's the way how it is. Maybe Kunrad has already infiltrated that place as well, and would be fitting, especially if communications still hampered to some sort of degree. And on the other hand, we know that Kiavagama has basically just fallen to chaos already. So now, I don't really wanna leave, or don't want to order an exterminatus on Kiavagama. But if the option presents itself, I will make Heinrich happy by doing it. Of course, depends on just how bad things actually are. We'll see how that turns out in the end. For now, I'm just happy I have my agri world back. It's probably all I can be. Why is the banner melting? Hallucinating. Or why is the banner bleeding? Stop that. She's throwing stuff off the table again. Like, that's better. Seated on the floor. That belongs there, and that's just waiting to fall down, isn't it? So, and back into my blind spot she goes. I'm gonna have to wrangle this cat. Feel like it's entirely too. Yeah. We will continue this maybe on Thursday, maybe on Saturday. Either or. That'll be great. Maybe we'll find another of our planets. But until that happens, ooh, I'm off to play some Kingdom Death tomorrow, so looking forward to that. So thank you very much for watching, for hanging out, for lurking, for bobbing your head in, and such and such. For following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube. As always, it's appreciated. Very much indeed. And I'll see you at some point in the future. Bye-byes. By the Emperor. We managed to root out the heresy. Aeldari went down because of the demonettes. He did not cover his eyes, I assume. He was just his piety in all its forms was tested today. And he did not fully withstand it. Argenta, not even Argenta did. Luckily, Heinrichs was there to save us. Bye-bye.